My name is Nosi Pobele. I'm from UKZN, and I am being asked to stand in for our Deputy Minister who could not make it today. And my job is pretty easy. It's just to make sure that we are able to move on with this session seamlessly. And welcome once again to everybody who is joining us in this session. And can I please ask, without wasting any more time, we can see how the program is structured to our speakers. We do have 20 minutes, and Mr. Botterman has showed us how we are actually going to be moving with the order of events and how each speaker is going to be using their time. And I will be seated right in front, so I will be placing up the 15-minute, the 10-minute, and the 5-minute, and the stop placards from the front, where I will be seated. And at this point, I will then ask Dr. Ntomfikile Mtshali, who's the CEO of Shout It Out Now, to please join us on stage as she gives her talk at this point. Thank you.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning, Sanbonani. Ninjani. Dumelang. Goeiemorgen. Okay. I missed the sessions in the morning, so I'm not sure how alive the audience needs to be. But we are still just struggling with my presentation or finding it, so we're going to probably need to sing a song. No, I was hoping that the DJ will assist. But here we go. Let's try. So I'm Dr. Ntomfikile Mtshali. I'm the CEO of Shout It Now, also called as Shout It Out and Shout. But generally we accept Shout It Now or Shout as...
Okay, Chomi. I thought your name was saved with people's names. Okay, it's this one. So this one. Then you'll use this.
Full project?
Good day. No, it's on projection. They must just switch screens then.
Okay, sorry, you've been saved from singing. Good morning once again. While we load the presentation, or at least we get the presentation flighted, it's just to talk about technology, ne? The reason I need my presentation to show it because it's very bright and bold and very colorful, so I need you to see it because I don't think I've represented the organization well in my green, but I saw a lot of green, so everybody is clearly on the spring energy already. So good morning once again. So my talk is around school-related gender-based violence prevention and management through a digital platform that we have developed at Shout It Now called Chomi. And we are seeing this as an opportunity for reaching marginalized population and ensuring that they are one, educated around gender-based violence, but also they know where to access opportunities for assistance. So just a bit briefly about Shout It Now. I know I've said that we are bold, we are bright, we are loud, and because we work with young people, it's important for us to be able to present ourselves in the way that they will be attracted to them. So at Shout, we believe in a world where the youth are empowered to make the best choices for their health and well-being. What we've spoken about at length is a lot about making sure that young people, we know that they have needs, particular needs, and how do we make sure that they've got the access to right information so that based on their needs, they can then make the best choices for their own health and well-being. So as indicated, just moving to the next slide, just to show you, this is how we present ourselves. Our mission is to deliver information, support, and services to young people or to the youth in safe and engaging spaces. How do we do that? By literally taking the services to where they are, meeting them where they are. When we talk about meeting them where they are, that includes physically. It means we know that young people are leveraging technology as well. So how do we reach them via virtual platforms and other ways that effectively engages them? So here, this is our mobile bus, a mobile clinic, where it's literally a fully kitted clinic. We've got consulting rooms, and we've got space to be able to have even social workers engaging with them. We take it to the communities, depending on, we do a hotspot mapping. We take it to the communities to be able to help them with their needs. So on this part, on the last one, on that last block, I'm showing you that while our nurses and other professionals are clinical, we do not wear a uniform, and that has been purposeful because we want to be able to create an environment where they do feel safe and where they can engage in. So when we're talking about that safe and engaging space, these are our virtual platforms, including our app. We've got our client-facing app that allows them to be able to reach, and we've got a membership group that they can be able to join for them to be able to access services and also information around HIV, other sexual and reproductive health information and services. We've got our Connect Hub here, which is our call center, also youthful staff who are able to speak the languages of all our people that we serve. We have 12 official languages. We've got staff that speak in 11 official languages. So if anybody connects with our Connect Hub, we are able to then ask them what language they would like to be spoken to, and we can link them up to the agent that can be able to speak their language. But most importantly, why does Shout exist? And predominantly, I know my talk is to address CHOMI, particularly here, which speaks to gender-based violence, support, and the chatbot. But I just wanted to highlight some statistics that are critical because especially with the Department of Basic Education, we do not want to come in with one single program when we know that there are so many other issues that affect young people. We spoke about social determinants of health, and we also need to be able to understand how that shows up, especially in school children. We know that in South Africa, we've got a big problem of gender-based violence. Why does that exist? We know most of the time, especially for adolescent girls and young women particularly, there are some cultural norms, but we also know that there are age-disparate relationships that they get into. Those relationships, we can call them transactional, but they lead to a power dynamic that makes the young person more vulnerable. Then they become vulnerable to gender-based violence, but also it means they can get HIV. It means it also they can be pregnant while they're at school. So we talk about teenage pregnancy, and I was asking my team if we could break down the statistic of approximately 291 births per day among girls between the ages of 10 to 19. We know that girls between the ages of 10 to 14, for example, are not in a position to be consenting for sex. And those are some of the statistics that are alarming, that we're still having a lot of those people, a lot of those young people, and we know those young people are actually in the schools. So our interventions need to be really directed at how do we reach them, especially at the young age. We also know that from an HIV point of view, 1 in 5 people live with HIV, disproportionately women, and particularly young women are still more likely to get HIV than compared to their counterparts. So we've got to be thinking around this when we are looking at our programming. The next slide is just to show, like I've indicated, we've got a lot of virtual engagement platforms that assist us to be able to reach the youth. And we've got that app that I was showing you earlier on. It's an iShout app, which is a dedicated data-free. And we've made it data-free because we know that data can be a barrier to access, and we're trying to remove as many of the barriers that we can, so that our clients can be enrolled in this Eyakomo Girl membership group, which allows them to be able to self-navigate for services, for information, and also some to be able to be referred. We've also got our Connect Hub, which I've already spoken to, but this is our call center. It provides ongoing support around HIV, but also importantly, we're able to connect our able to connect our clients with social workers virtually as well. Then lastly, it's around Chomi, which I will speak in a bit of detail around this. It is our multilingual GBV chatbot that allows survivors to anonymously explore options. When I talk about the exploring of the options, I've indicated that currently we've got 4 languages on, 4 South African languages on the app, on the chat. Sorry, I forget. A chat and the app is not the same thing. So this is a WhatsApp chatbot. It's multilingual, 4 languages at the moment: isiZulu, isiTswana, isiXhosa, as well as English. We'll break down some of the utilization and also what data we are seeing from that. But it's designed to empower people, survivors, with GBV information, connect them with support services, which we know is very important, especially when they request it. We know that generally gender-based violence, rape, while we are seeing the huge, astronomically increasing numbers of gender-based violence and rape, we also know that there are many that actually go unreported. So part of the gap that we're trying to close here is that unreported and unsupported cohort of people. So Chomi contains 9 content streams, which is around emergency service assistance, gender-based information, and frequently asked questions. This is an opportunity also when we provide it in a school platform, or for young people generally, they can just understand what is consent, what is gender-based violence, because very often we've sit in listening session and discussions and dialogues with young people, and we can see that the issue of consent, it hasn't been explored fully, especially by young men. So my team knows one of the things, one of the sessions when we were talking to young men who are not young because they're at school, they're actually young, but they are varsity going men. They were saying that, women will never say yes to you asking them to have sex with you on the first time. So you have to ask and ask and ask and ask. And that consent, and the young lady in the same session said, sometimes because my partner wants to have sex, even if I don't want to, he will ask me again and again and again. And at some stage, I'm like, you know what, let me just get this over and done with. But this person has interpreted that you just want to be persuaded, and so that you can give the consent. So some of those things, I think it's helpful for them to just understand what consent is, and also that consent can be withdrawn and it can be given in the same sort of instance. But also the third content stream is reporting violence, what to do if you've been raped, counseling support, legal assistance, safety planning, women's shelters, and connecting to support services. We've got over 640 unique messages for each of the languages, and what the content is based on is using the gender-based violence best practices, empathy and affirmation, followed by the factual information, options, and practical strategies. So what the results that we're currently seeing, so this platform was launched in August 2022, so it's almost 2 years old. We've seen 200, okay, I'm Zulu, so my numbers can be a bit tricky. 2365, 2368. Wow. I'm Zulu, so I can own it. So 2,368 individuals have accessed information on Chomi. When we talk about, I'm sure the numbers look low, but when we say unique individuals, it means that from one cell phone number, this is how many people who've accessed. It doesn't talk about how many times the person has accessed that information. I don't know if that makes sense. But what is important, especially talking about that underreporting issue, is that 33% of these users, they requested to be supported to support services. So this is a person that maybe may come in our mobile, or maybe we are screening at the school and they say, no, they've never been subjected to gender-based violence. But when we inform them about the Chomi, they go to Chomi and they explore, and then they say, actually, I think what I might have experienced sounds like it's gender-based violence. So I think that's actually quite impactful and helpful. And we know that also an average user accesses 2 streams So this is basically the breakdown of the content streams and who and how many people have connected to support, and we think that's a third of anyone who reaches through our platforms. We can talk about what services they request. Generally, it's being connected to the Tutuzela centers. Sometimes it's connected to the psychosocial support. So I was raped and maybe I don't really need to report this particular case, but I am struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder or anything of that nature. We are able to then provide that psychosocial support. And the results to date, so I've indicated that we've got the 4 languages at the moment. English has been the longest on the platform, so please also moderate the understanding of the numbers in terms of it's the one that we see that it's largely been accessed, and followed by isiZulu, followed by isiTswana, and a little bit of isiXhosa at 2%. What we are hearing from people who have come through our chat as well is that people as survivors or people who have access, so those are some of the testimonials. I will just read out the ones that I think the program director has shown me a card, so I'm very mindful. The one in orange, and it's one that I've spoken to already. The person at the Shout at the mobile clinic asked me about gender-based violence, but I didn't give an honest answer. She told me about Chomi, so I looked at home, and then I wanted to talk to a social worker. So I think even if we don't see huge numbers, but any person that we reach and is able to start reporting in that way and able to access help is impactful for us. The other one said that it's important to have Chomi because I didn't feel comfortable talking about gender-based violence on the first or even the second visit. And we know this is something that happens in our societies. We also know, particularly for cases that I'm saying that the 10 to 14-year-olds, those are rape cases. Because the issue of consent for a person who's 10 or who's at that age doesn't really exist. So this is also my call to action, that when you see such instances in your areas or in where you provide service, and please emphasize that that's something that we need to be reporting and as part of our work. The next slide, which won't move. Okay. The next slide is just talking about also how this has been successful in being effective as a tool for frontline staff. We looked at the effectiveness for the frontline staff, and they've basically said that. So we did actually a quantitative study, which was done through a survey to collect insights from the social workers who provide support and other client-facing staff about Chomi's utilization for engaging or utility in engaging clients for gender-based support. So 85% of the social workers and 75% of the client-facing staff found Chomi to be very useful or useful as a tool to engage. So it's also helpful to start the conversation around gender-based violence, with 50% of the social workers reporting clients who denied GBV, which we've already spoken during an in-person screening later than to be connected to GBV services via Chomi. So a testimonial here, Chomi is useful too. In most instances, in most cases, we find clients saying they're not ready to talk, and we offer Chomi card, which will be helpful on a later stage. Clients would come back and inform the staff member of how Chomi saved him or her life. So the exciting part about Chomi right now, and I know I'm almost out of time, is just the work that we are doing right. We are starting this work on the 1st of October to be able to scale up Chomi for use in all the 9 provinces over the next 24 months. The key objectives on this scale-up project is to reach and empower 6,258 users with gender-based violence information, additional 2 languages to the chatbot, so moving it to 6 languages, enhancing the functionality of Chomi to ensure more efficient referrals to partners outside of the strategic, out of the current geographies, which is the 5 districts that we support, but also to build a national partnership ecosystem to be able to create an integrated referral network. And this ecosystem will include 35 new GBV focused partners across 9 provinces, and also to generate the evidence to demonstrate the effectiveness of CHOMI and the GBV referral network. We also know that what is important for us is we are able to drive the awareness and demand creation for the supports, for services where people need, but we also know we can't service everybody. But just because we can't service everybody doesn't mean we don't have an opportunity to then refer them to people or organization partners that they can be able to support them, which is why that referral pathway and ecosystem is important to us. So how this works in practical terms, so a client will connect to CHOMI, a client anonymously explores CHOMI in a language of her choice. This is what we do also with the learner support agents at the schools, which we've working with the Department of Basic Education to integrate, and they assist us with the vulnerability screening at the schools to be able to support gender-based violence or pupils who are struggling with domestic violence and gender-based violence. So then the next step is that the client chooses to connect to support services. The client is then asked. So it's just very important to know that from the first 3, we do not ask for any demographic data at this point, because we want it to be anonymous as possible, so we actually don't even keep that data. We do not have it. The only time we start getting any client or any person identifier information is when they ask to be connected to the services, at which point then we ask them, because we understand the sensitive nature, we then ask them what is it that they're comfortable to share, where are they comfortable to go, how do they want us to be able to support them, and where can we be able to connect them to the services, especially when it's the partners. And then the last line is then the last step is then connecting them to a trusted local services, a local service provider. And what we are doing, and we are tracking more actively now, so the social workers or the virtual social workers then monitor all the referrals to ensure that they get a timely response, and also that they are being case managed accurately. That was also very important for us to be able to close that loop. Last but not least slide, we talk a lot about technology, but we also very mindful that technology, the build, maintenance is very expensive, but what we are also integrating is the human-centered design. How do we make sure that the digital tools help with existing gaps and that they're not standalone interventions? So in any platform, we're always trying to see how do we collaborate, how do we basically enhance what already exists rather than creating creating a tool for everything, and seeing how we can basically collaborate and coordinate. But the last important part for us is it's just not about developing the IT. Part of what is human-centered design is taking what are the gaps and what is important, but also it's that last bullet around to have the human handoff, because that is important. We know that it allows us to be able to access more people, and because we do not always have the human resources to be able to reach everybody, but it's also very important for us to be able to connect someone once they ask for help to a partner or services, and we do those active and warm referrals. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. Mtshali. And colleagues, you would have seen, maybe paid attention to or not, but when you sat down, there was a lady who was actually moving around and placing these little cards where we are seated. And I think this is what Dr. Mtshali was also explaining to us. So yeah, if you were wondering what was it about, now you actually know what the GBT chatbot is about. So as we move on, oh yes, there she is. I am now going to ask Ms. Kimbala, who's the coordinator of 326 Refugee Children's Education Project, to come to a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would like to acknowledge everyone present and all the protocol observed. My name is Justine Kimbala, and I work with the 3 to 6 project, program for refugee, migrant, and asylum seeker who cannot access to mainstream education because of document and asylum documentation. So our program started in 2008, and I would like to go back to the presentation that Prof. Pile was doing and noted one quote, one bullet weight was about the real-time children, whereby you find children who are in school, some are not in school, and those cannot access. So this is the real-time with what the children are facing. And into our program, there was a talk at the beginning, and there was a plan to do the implementation, and this was done in 2008 by our founder of the project, Colin Northmore, and it is now a program for the Morris brothers. That's where we are working right now. So from 2008, is 16 years later, we are having learners who are coming across the countries from the neighboring countries, Zimbabwe, DRC, Swaziland. I don't know where to go. Okay. Okay. So we have, in my bullet, noted refugee children versus migrant children. Refugee children are coming along with parents, and they are running away for their safety and for the livelihood. And migrants, they are part of the children also coming with the parents to seek us a better life. Now, there is also another part whereby the children are forced to leave migration, forced migration, where the parents now are forced and they come along with the children in the country. And they have to set up and go to the Home Affairs and get everything done so that they can be recognized as a refugee in South Africa. But the process is also very long. Now there comes again the forced stateless children that we found now in the project, because when we started in 2008 and 5 years later, there is a nature of reproduction whereby children are born now in South Africa. And from the parents who are asylum seeker, some are refugees, some are just migrant or undocumented parents. So the children find themselves to be in the state whereby they cannot be registered at Home Affairs because of the document, and they find themselves to be stateless. Underpin the theory of normalization, as I was talking about going to Home Affairs and apply for the asylum seekers, we found whereby there is a long process for someone in Home Affairs, those who are applying for asylum seeker, to be recognized and be a refugee in South Africa. The process is just too long. And as they are asylum seeker for too long, and there is a system whereby it's not working properly for them to renew their asylum papers. And we find out that more parents, more children become now undocumented. And in the system, this system is very wrong, but it becomes very normal in the school system, health system, and Home Affairs system. When you go to school with the children now, because every child has the right to education, but the right to education goes with the document. If you don't have the document, they cannot take you. They are asking for you to have a proper, renewed, or in order with the Home Affairs. The school system also are part of people checking the document. Even when you go to the clinic, they will ask you, where is your paper? Home Affairs staff, when you go there, there is a rejection and a waiting period whereby you just wait. The system is not working. From 2019 until now, 2024, there's some asylum seekers who could not renew their papers because of the system failure. Now, we are talking about the challenges here for our children that you are having in the project as they move to go into the mainstream education, because the children that we are looking for, and it starts from the grade R until grade 7. And later on, they have to go to grade 8 into another school. And these children, the main point was to take them and give them the bridging education. In the meantime, parents are getting information and getting the documentation in order for them to go to the school. We found like in the Department of Education right now, there is a system where they have to apply online, and there is a failing. The parents are failing to register the children online because they are asking also whereby you have to log in and upload the document. And if the papers are not renewed, they won't be registered properly. And when I put also the Department of Education, Home Affairs, is whereby even the parents want to be in order with the Department of Education with their documents. The children are being delinked, whereby the parents claim the children as an asylum or refugee children, but the Department of Education and Home Affairs, they are removing the children in the file of the parent. We found that the child here, who is 10 years or 7 years, is stand by itself to claim to be an asylum seeker in South Africa. How do you ask a child who was born in South Africa to now claim, why are you in South Africa? Or a young child who's 18 came to South Africa at 2 years old or very early age, and we are asking for that child to explain why are you in South Africa and why are you claiming for you to be in South Africa. So it's like asking a child to explain the unknown situation, because the child is just being following the parent wherever they are going and are together. So we are with this experience of the children not accessing, or parents having trouble to access to online, and the problem of the documentation, we want to look into the policy. The solution, if we can look into the policy, it should be a diversity, inclusive, caring, Ubuntu, love, care, and compassion. With that, there is no compassion in South African policy. What is happening in South Africa policy, it's about telling the children who are born in South Africa, it is equal to say that a child born from a criminal, it is equal for the child also to be a criminal. It doesn't work like that. The children that are born in South Africa, they are equally a child. And according to the Constitution, the children are equal to access to education. So, I'm frozen, it's not moving. No, I want to go to this one. Okay. So according to the international community, through conventions such as the 1961 Convention of the Reduction of Stateless, seek to prevent the stateless by arguing the state to ensure that all children are not born stateless. However, these protections are always not implemented. and gap in the legal and the policy framework continue to result in state in the children worldwide. The question is, what is the UNHCR doing to prevent the growth of the number of stateless children in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you so much to Ms. Kimbala. All right, as we continue, colleagues, I am going to now request Ms. Zulu. Can I please request Ms. Zulu from the Migration and Displacement of Save the Children South Africa? Oh. How are you?
Quite sure it's best when it's standing. Do you want that?
Yeah, please put it back for her.
I'll be sitting right there, so just make sure you can see me,
Okay, good morning and all protocol observed. My name is Margaret Zulu. I am the thematic lead for child protection, including migration and displacement at Save the Children South Africa. It's really an honor to be here and learning from everyone that has spoken. Indeed, we have but one goal: to ensure that children, all children in South Africa, thrive, they are protected, and they have access to all the services that they require. And so I'm going to speak to caring for immigrant children in South African schools, and we'll look at the vulnerabilities, resilience, and urgency. And as Save the Children South Africa, we believe that every child deserves a future in South Africa and around the world. We work every day to give children a healthy start in life, the opportunity to learn and to be protected from harm. And we see that whenever crises strike, which results in making children vulnerable, and crises such as children not being in schools, we ensure that we are among the first to respond and the last to leave. And our mission is to see a world where every child attains the right to survival, protection, development, and participation. And so in this conversation, we are looking at this vulnerable group of children who are at risk of exploitation. And this particular group of children, for purposes of this conversation, I am going to focus on migrant children and specific groups within migrant children. And some of the migrant children have been indicated by my colleague who spoke before me. So we know that these children, en route to South Africa, and even within South Africa, when they reach their destination, they suffer a number of vulnerabilities, including violence, including child labor. Some are on their own. They are unaccompanied and separated. And some of the children do not have access to services that they really require. They suffer exploitation, and prior to arrival, but also upon arrival. And so, as I speak to this presentation, I would like us to keep a few questions in mind. First and foremost, as we reflect, who are these migrant children? Who are they really? And can we please pause and find out or reflect on where are they? Do we know where all of them are in South Africa? And if we do not know where all of them are, as evidence indicates, how do we find them? And what do we need to do to find them so that they are in school and they do have access to all the services that they require? And so the categories that I'm speaking to are unaccompanied children, separated children, and sometimes it could be both. It could be unaccompanied and separated migrant children. My colleague spoke about refugee children, asylum-seeking children. We also have children that have been trafficked within South Africa, including out of South Africa, smuggled children, and sometimes we know we've received reports where, the communities are reporting trafficking, but then we find out the children are actually being smuggled. We had a case in children were being smuggled from a neighboring country into South Africa, but they were coming to visit their parents who are working in South Africa, so they were actually coming on holiday, but they were put in a bus to come and visit their parents on their own. So those intricacies and complexities of child migration need to be at the core of understanding the problem itself, but also what we can do about it. And lastly, we have undocumented children who some of them end up being stateless. I would like us to also reflect, colleagues, on the legal framework that exists for care and protection of migrant children. We have the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, and Section 28 of this Constitution particularly outlines the rights of all children, regardless of their nationality or documentation status. So this section is of particular importance because it aims to ensure that the rights of children are not violated and they are protected, and that is in line with international standards. I would also like to refer to subsection 28 verse 1A verse, provides for every child that every child has the right to a name and a nationality from birth. And the best interests of the child are also provided in subsection 28(2), and this is really paramount in issues and principles that guide unaccompanied and separated migrant children. Let me also refer to section 29, which provides for the right to basic education for everyone. And this also applies to all children, including migrant children that are within South Africa. And this was also made clear in a case between Center for Child Law and others versus the Minister of Basic Education and others, the Phakamisa judgment, where it was held that no child and no learner should be excluded from accessing basic education at the lack of documentation. And so because of that, we do have Circular 1 of 2020, which really is useful for us. And this applies to accessing public schools for undocumented learners in line with this judgment. And it outlines the required documents where a birth certificate, passport, visa, or permit cannot be provided. Let me also refer to the Children's Act, which is also critical for our work and interventions for migrant children. And we note that this piece of legislation has been amended to include unaccompanied, separated, and migrant children, and that is a step in the right direction, and we applaud the Department of Education as well as the Department of Home Affairs for ensuring that migrant children are not invisible in this piece of legislation. And so Section 150 of the Children's Act 38 of 2005 includes this amendment. We also have the Refugees Act 130 of 1998. Again, this piece of legislation speaks to refugee status. I think that was spoken about, but I would like to pause and really reflect about the white paper on the citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection, where last year and early this year we had consultations and we had the opportunity of making submissions about children in that piece of legislation and all the proposals in terms of the systems overhaul. And so out of that we see the immigration amendment bill, B8 of 2024, popularly known as the bill. And we are grateful that some of the submissions that we made as Save the Children South Africa, but also under the National Interagency Working Group, were taken into consideration. However, we are yet to engage further and understand the plan around issues of statelessness and the plan around how these children are going to be documented. I am going to skip some of these, but let me quickly refer to the national guidelines on the care and management of unaccompanied and separated migrant children. You may be aware that this document exists and indicates roles and responsibilities of each and every department in the care and protection of migrant children, including the Department of Basic Education. And what we appreciate about this policy, this guideline, is that it is clear on how we collaborate. We believe so much in collaboration. It even indicates role of CSOs. And so for us, this is what we use even when we do have conversations with duty bearers. And so what the guidelines do is to also remind us of the guiding principles for care and protection of migrant children. We know that we cannot make decisions about the child without looking at the best interests of the child, irrespective of the country that they come from and where they live and all that. We know that the principle of non-discrimination should be at the center of all decisions around each and every child, including access to education. We know that we need to ensure that we get the opinion of the child, and because they do have the right to be heard. The other principle includes family unit, that we should ensure that whatever we do, if family is available, the family should be protected by all means to ensure that the child actually is within the family and they are protected. But I would like to really emphasize the issue of urgency. And in the next slide, we also look at the principle of doing no harm. At Save the Children South Africa, we support organizations, including departments, on child safeguarding policies to ensure that whatever we do in interventions, the children is not harmed, even in unconscious ways. We want to ensure that communities participate. We appreciate now the host communities of our migrant children that are able to see that this child in the neighborhood is not going to school. And so in those communities, we work with a model of what we call cultural mediators and community champions, who are really volunteers on the ground and identify cases. And so looking at some of the gaps, some of them have already been indicated that we cannot overemphasize the children not being documented and not having access to birth registration. And colleagues, this is not just for migrant children per se, but also children that are supposed to be South African citizens are actually not documented. And this is an intergenerational issue that has, come to our attention. And so we work closely with the Department of Social Development and other key departments to ensure that we raise awareness in communities and each and every child is documented. Access to education is an issue. Safety in schools, but we also know that children do know what they need and they want to participate. So we want to see that children participate in decision making. That's another gap. And also the issue of resources. The issue of mental health and psychosocial support was indicated earlier on. And I know that the coordination of services was also already alluded to. I would like to end, because I left the best for last. We have success stories, and we upload the Department of Basic Education, the Department of Home Affairs, the department, other key departments that are all coming together with us as we support this work. And so there's been the development of an interdepartmental protocol on the multidisciplinary management of unaccompanied and separated migrant children in South Africa. And this protocol actually guides the roles and responsibilities of what each and every department should be doing to support these children and to care for them. I should conclude by indicating that some of the best mechanisms that we have for case management that are working to not only find cases of children who are prone to, child poverty and not being in school, the case management mechanisms of provincial steering committees in collaboration with the Department of Social Development. We have the best interest determination panels where we sit and look at cases, and also critical are the cross-border mechanisms where we have cross-border mechanisms between Zimbabwe and South Africa, Lesotho and South Africa and Eswatini, as well as South Africa and Zimbabwe. I spoke to the model that we use to find these children. I would like to end, I see the time is up, by quoting this from a 15-year-old Amy, that's a pseudonym, from Limpopo, that said, we as learners, so this was a child-led advocacy campaign on the Day of the African Child. And this child said, we as learners are asking the government to provide us with the necessary resources and learning materials so that every child can access education adequately and equitably. Many of us, especially in rural areas, face significant challenges due to inequalities in education. We need textbooks, stationery, internet, access, and safe, clean learning environments. By ensuring these resources are available to all children, regardless of where we live or come from, you can help us achieve our dreams and build a better future for everyone. That is our call to action. We need to address the issue of data on unaccompanied and separated migrant children. We humbly request the Department of Home Affairs, that we continue the conversation around the support in collaboration with us and other colleagues, that we look at the issue of data. We have parenting support programs, and we need to ensure that all policies around child migration and migration as a whole are aligned and they speak to each other. They are not, going against each other. We need to provide documentation options for children. And by that, we need to, this may entail considering a special dispensation for documenting migrant children in South Africa. And if these children need to be repatriated, we know that we need to follow the right procedures to ensure that these children are protected. And let me conclude by sharing some of the numbers that you can use, contact details for reporting any form of abuse, and we are happy to have further conversations with all colleagues here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Zulu, for that comprehensive presentation. Colleagues, I'm just going to double check one last time. Ms. Bongile is here, not here. Okay, so I'm just going to ask, in the interest of time, we have around 25 minutes, and we will share that time with Mr. Nkosana Takedi and Prof. Tsepo Madlingozi, who will join us on stage, and I'm asking you to please join us on stage, and we can engage with a conversation with the House. And I'm also just going to ask our panelists, I'm going to need another mic, also for the House. Okay, we have another one. Okay, great. So Mr. Prof. Tsepo Madlingozi is the current Commissioner of the Right to Education with the South African Human Rights Commission. And we have the Acting Director, Mr. Nkosana Takedi, for the Education Management and Governance. Welcome. And I just want to quickly check with you with preference. Is there a initial response that you'd first like to make before we actually take a round of questions? Yeah. Okay, cool. So, colleagues, how we're going to do this is that we would first just allow our panelists to make their initial responses to the speakers that we've had, Dr. Mjali, Ms. Kimala, and Ms. Zulu. And then thereafter, if you have had questions before that you have kept, we will then open up a round of questions and engage in a discussion. Thank you.
Good morning. Is it still morning? No, afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting us as the South African Human Rights Commission. All protocol observed. And thank you so much for this session. I first want to start by thanking our presenters, the three NGOs. You know, the work that the NGOs are doing is work that is indispensable. So 326, Save the Children and Shut It Out. May you get more support and may you get more solidarity. Where I wanted to start on this, what this presentation provoked in me is this idea that no child is illegal. I mean, that should be the starting point. No child is illegal. No child is an alien. I mean, if you say that in my language, in Sesotho, to say child is illegal, it doesn't even make sense. So if we start on that notion that no child is illegal and no child is an alien, then our approach to these difficult issues of balancing resources, balancing, admission policies and so forth, we approach them with compassion and with sensitivity. The second thing that I want to say is that for us as a Human Rights Commission, of course, the right to education is not a privilege. It is an inherent entitlement. It's not a privilege. It's an inherent entitlement that is due to everyone. That is due to everyone, especially at the basic education level. And therefore, when we are dealing with children who are undocumented, the law is very, very clear that it doesn't matter the documentation status of the child. They do have the right to basic education. The last thing that I wanted to mention is that, part of this right places an obligation on all of us to be champions of the right, especially teachers, especially principals, especially state officials. All of us must be champions of this right to basic education. We all know the 4 A's of the right to education: accessibility, adaptability, and so forth and so forth. The presentation by Dr. Mtshali, if I can start there, it reminds us that no learning can take place in the context of fear, in the context of violence. And what Professor Phumla Dineo talks about, a fear effect, that in South Africa, violence against women has been so normalized that it finds itself, therefore, in the schooling environment. And therefore, I would like to say that the work that is being done by organizations like Shout It Out is very, very important to ensure that we really, all of us, work towards dismantling societal attitudes, cultural norms, but most importantly, the socio-economic factors that perpetuate patriarchy, sexism, as well as GBV. So, the work of anti-GBV in the schooling environment, very, very important. As the Human Rights Commission, we are very much concerned about 2 things in that regard. Number 1 is a high level of attrition in terms of rape cases, high level of attrition. What we mean by that is a high number of unreported cases that do not make it into the system. And I think, the Chomi app that you have come up with, Dr. Mtshali and colleagues, wonderful to provide this psychosocial support to start to bring down this level of attrition. The laws are there, the policies are there, the frameworks are there, but if GBV is not reported, nothing will happen. So this journey that you walk with survivors and victims through your app, very, very important. I would like to say, please continue with that important. And number 2, as a Human Rights Commission, very, very much concerned about the issue of teenage pregnancy. It is not teenage pregnancy. Most of the time, we know it should be characterized as rape. And I'm glad that you underscored that point. Now, turning to the issue of migrant learners. Of course, we are all battling with the issue of resources. But, the right to education is an activating tool. It empowers the individual, it empowers the community. Therefore, it's in the best interest of all of us to ensure that, all children are able to access education. We know about the 2020 case, the Phakamisa case, that made it very clear that documentation should not be a barrier to access to education. So we want to really underline this point. The second point that we want to underline, from those two presentations is that, in our work, we find that there are about 700,000 blocked IDs, about 700,000 IDs that have been blocked because of fraud. Now, that, of course, impacts a lot of South African children too. So when we talk about, undocumented children, we are not only talking about children who are immigrant and children who are refugees. A lot of South African children are also undocumented. And as Ms. Zulu was saying, this issue becomes, a very intergenerational issue, where the parent is undocumented, the child is undocumented, and the social ills, begin from there. So really, we really want to say, the three presentations really remind us that education as an entitlement, and as we approach these intractable issues of resources, of admission, of wanting the right person to be in the school, and therefore documentation being important, empathy and compassion becomes important. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon once more. Can I stand on the same protocol that has been established? I'll talk just briefly to the three presentation. The presentation by Uhlabangan, we have picked up that on this issue of GBV, Dr. Mjali indicated that they are operating in 12 official languages. As DBE, we have found out that there is a 13th language, and this language is the language of youth. Young people have got a language that they use among themselves, and they understand themselves better. So we are saying that program that Dr. Mjali has alluded to us, we're fully in support of it, and we are going to use the structure that we have in schools, which is known as Learner Representative Councils. And Mr. Liko Bottoman, who's been chairing earlier part in the morning, Dr. Bell, is working very close with EMGD to ensure that learner affairs are led by student leaders or learner leaders. In that way, they are able to talk among themselves and assist each other. Then the other two presentations that are talking about undocumented learners. I like the way Umakeba closed in her presentation when she said there are successes that have been made. I was pushed into a team that works with social development and home affairs by Dr. Whittle at that time, some years back. We have made very good progress in protecting the rights of children. And the cross-border meetings that we have with the neighboring states in South Africa are ensuring that these learners do enjoy the right to education. I'll tell you what the biggest challenge is, Dr. Pele. The biggest challenge, Zimasa, is there are principals in particular, because admission of learners at school level is managed by principals. There are principals in particular who want to pretend as if the knowledge that learners should be assisted to get documentation and be admitted into schools having alternative documentations as to Paramisa judgment is not there, is not existing. So these principles block the entry. We are very excited that there was this attempt on us amending SASSA such that any person that inhibits a child to get access to education, that is viewed as a criminal offense. So the three presentations, we are in support in them. But let us not be in gloom, because I want to indicate that there is success in ensuring that the South African child or any child in South Africa has got access to education. Thanks, Zimas.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And in the interest of time, again, I can see Mr. Bottoman is here. We're not doing too bad. I am going to open up the floor, colleagues. If you do have a question or you have had a question, I note one hand. I will open up a round of questions. So can you please be our first question, and there is a mic coming to you. I note the second hand as well. Is there a third hand in the house, colleagues? Can we please start by the door? Can you please put your hand up again, ma'am? There we go. That's where we're going. Okay. Okay, so I have noted just two hands. Is there anybody that I am leaving out behind before she makes her question? All right, there is a third hand. Okay, I know to Ms. Kimbala. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Virginia Makwaza, and my pronouns are they, them, not she. I'm from an organization that work with LGBTIQ plus people and their parents and allies. I appreciate all the presentations. However, I feel like there is no explicit language that demonstrates the fact that youth also is not a homogeneous group, and learners are also not a homogeneous group. And we can talk about GBV, but we can also, or we should also talk about sexual violence based on learners' sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics. So I would request that the app and the programs that are done by the two NGOs ensure that there is also another language, which is the language that talks to learners who are not conforming to the binary of gender that is stereotypic to the society. Thank you.
We can move on to the second.
Good afternoon, I'm Basil Manuel from the Teacher Union NAPTOSA. At first, just to congratulate the three persons who had addressed us, but I want to focus on the SRGBV presentation, particularly because we operate in that space, and you may or may not know that NAPTOSA and SATU some 12 or 13 years ago had a program on SRGBV in schools. But first, to address the teachers who had been traumatized by sexual violence and all the things surrounding that, and also attacked by fellow teachers in schools, because that is the other problem. And then, of course, trained a large number of teachers to deal with this in schools, and of course to get learners to start talking about this and stepping forward. Unfortunately, along came COVID, and COVID really scuppered a lot of things, and we've battled to get off the ground again. So I want to embrace this particular chomi, and of course we will make plans to hook up. But I just wanted to add something and ask a question to the professor there from the Human Rights Commission. You were very pointed about saying basic education. Of course, we know that basic education has a limit, up to age 15 or grade 9. Are we saying education or basic education? I'm asking that purely because I'm ignorant of that particular point. Thank you.
Can we take one last question before you respond, Prof? There's one in front of you, Ms. Kimbala.
Thank you very much, Prof. I just want to ask a question. What can the DBE do in case of implementation of the policy? Because the policy itself is a good policy whereby all the children are included. It's clearly stated there. But when it comes to the implementation, that's where the problem comes. All the principals becomes now the officers of the police to check who's undocumented and not undocumented. And that should not be the work of the principal. I should look after and care for the children, and parents especially, who are coming to register the children to school. From the trauma of not being undocumented and the trauma of asking more questions. Where are you coming from? Why did you come to South Africa? And what are you doing here in South Africa? It's another trauma by itself. So what can you do to do a proper implementation? Because really, the policy itself is very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Zimasa. Being a panel member and having a professor next to you is an advantage because you only answer the easier ones. The question, thank you for the question. The question is very key. You'll remember that across the world, South Africa is applauded for its policies, but is criticized for implementation. So your question is in line. But let me highlight to you what DBE has done so far. We took the Phakamisa judgment. In fact, the history is that immediately the Phakamisa judgment was passed on the 12th of December 2019. In January the 1st, Circular 1 of 2019 was issued out, but it had a challenge. Human Rights kicked it out, and 2 weeks later, Circular 1 of 2020 was developed. That's how important this was treated. And when the Human Rights Commission kicked out Circular 2019, it was saying you can't put a time limit to the getting of documents because it's not in the power of children. So that was taken out by the former minister, and then we had the current Circular 1 of 120. So we mediated it, and then we then worked through managers who are circuit managers to ensure that each and every circuit manager supports the schools that are put under him or her. But we went on further to publicize an online query system and also give out a website where members of the public that have been disadvantaged can call in at provincial level or even at the DBE level. So what we are doing now is that we are managing very closely the query avenues that we have, the query vehicles that we have. But as we go forward, each and every quarterly meeting that we hold with provinces on learner admissions, this issue is addressed. Each and every cross-border meeting that we have, the information that we get there, we come back and disseminate it to provinces. So, as you say, what is that we can do better is continue managing and continue with the advocacy that indicates that children have got a right and also to be a right to education and also to be assisted to get documentation if they are not documented. Thanks, Zimas.
Thank you for those questions. May I start by, thanking DBE, first of all. We, as a commission, engage with all state departments. And I must say that the relationship that we have with DBE has been very generative, has been very fruitful. Of course, we fight a lot, but I can confirm publicly that, there are a number of joint projects that we are doing, and we really appreciate that spirit of cooperation and also spirit of accountability. So thank you for that. No, I'm in education up to grade 12. Yes, thank you. The question about, sexuality and sexual orientation, very, very, very important. We receive a lot of complaints from learners. A lot to do with racism, of course, a lot to do with, schooling and so forth, but a lot to do with, homophobia and transphobia. To the point where 2 months ago, we had 2 cases where learners allegedly, died by suicide because of, bullying. So this is very, very serious. What we do when we get those complaints is that we go to those schools, we take up those complaints, but we also look at the culture of the school. What is it about the culture and the environment that produces this kind of, discrimination and a culture of bullying, So that we go to the source of homophobia and transphobia. Last year, we released 2 reports. One of them was on schools' uniforms. And one of the recommendations we make is that school uniforms, must be non-binary. Because of course, school uniforms are very binary and therefore discriminating against, non-binary learners. So that's one of the recommendations from the uniforms report. We are still engaged with DBE for the implementation of that report. That's one of the things that we are fighting about, and we will fight until we find each other. So the school uniform report is one report that we did. The other initiatives that we are busy with is a model school code of conduct, a model schools code of conduct. This is a model code of conduct that should be implemented by all schools that make sure that we go to make sure that the code of conduct do not discriminate against learners that are non-binary, against learners that are, trans learners, and against learners who are so-called sexual minorities. So that model school code of conduct becomes very, very important because it sets parameters about how a code of conduct must not discriminate, because most of the time we find, schools saying, no, the code of conduct upholds our tradition. But most of the time, those traditions are colonial, patriarchal, and sometimes, discriminating. They're not inclusive. So that's another initiative that we're busy with, that we spoke to the department about a model code of conduct. Lastly, we are engaged with SES, concerning the disciplining of school teachers. Because what you are talking about how sometimes, school, within the school environment, there's sexual violence between teachers and learners, but also amongst the teachers. We are concerned about the disciplining of those teachers. You find that a teacher is disciplined here in Gauteng, and then they emerge in Western Cape. Or you find that people resign before the cases are finalized. So we are very, very concerned about, the disciplining of learners, and we are engaged with SEX. As far as the online admission mechanism is concerned, we've been engaging, especially with the Gauteng Department of Education, to say, we support and we value your online system, but the online system has got those, loopholes and those pitfalls, uploading of documents when people don't have documents, for example. And therefore assured us that they also have service centers where people can walk in and engage with, with the officials to say, we don't have documents, and this we are. But yes, we are monitoring the online system to make sure that it is indeed inclusive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much as well. Colleagues, it is lunchtime, so we are wrapping up our session. Prof. Madlingozi and Mr. Tagedi, thank you so much for joining us today and being our respondents. And I'd also like to take the time to just say thank you to Dr. Mjali, and thank you to Ms. Zulu and Ms. Kimbala for also taking the time to share with us such comprehensive presentations. And as it is lunchtime now, we will, according to our program, between 12:40 and 1:30, take a break for lunch. Where is our lunch? Okay, we are going to take a break for lunch, and I will hand over back to Liko.
Okay. Thank you so much. You are released on behalf of the chair.
Colleagues, lunch is served. If you walk out of the door, you turn right and you go through the aisle that goes through the bathrooms. You go through that all the way straight. You'll find a room called Pumulong. That's where we're serving lunch. We are requesting
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please take our seats, we're about to commence with this session. Allow me to please welcome on stage our chairperson of the session, Ms. Zukisa Njotini, all the way from the Eastern Cape. Please give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, colleagues. I've already been introduced. My name is Zukiswa Njotini. I've worked with this branch for a long time, mostly as a life skills coordinator, HIV/AIDS life skills coordinator. And then I left for some 4 or 5 years for inclusive education. Then I came back again to life skills. But now I'm managing a chief directorate, which includes life skills, HIV/AIDS life skills, social cohesion, school enrichment, school safety, scholar transport, hostels management, library services, and career development. It's a whole lot of programs. I've been requested to chair this session, which is the session on health education through communication. Is it the right session? I think. Have I opened it the right place? Okay. Forgive me, I've just come back to the sector. Looking at our program, we're supposed to have Mr. Anthony Meyers, an old colleague of mine, to chair the session, so I'm just taking over from him. And I'm going to call on stage, and I've been given a new name, Mr. Wisdom Dashe, from Knowledge Management, who is a knowledge management specialist from ATNS head office. He's going to replace Ms. Bongi Wendlovu, program manager for FAQ Foundation. And he will be dealing with digital media technology and health promotion opportunities and threats for South African youth. Mr. Wisdom, what a good name. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Young men, the ones who are going to take over from us.
Let me just put this into a slideshow.
Okay.
For him, then he will just navigate.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you so much. Can I use the mic? Can I take it out? Right. Sure, thanks. All right. I often don't know if I should say good afternoon or good day, but thank you so much, colleagues, for joining us today. Like the program director said, my name is Wisdom Dashe, and it's quite a good name for somebody who works in knowledge management. And of course, like she said, I am actually in the aviation sector, you know, the air traffic and navigation services. We in the aviation sector, but I'm really not a stranger in terms of what we're discussing today and what the symposium is about. I think if we can closely talk about knowledge management, it's really closely linked to education, it's closely linked to knowledge sharing, information sharing, and the likes. And it's quite a great opportunity to then take you through my presentation today. But just a little bit about my background as well. I've done some work in policy research and information management while I was in Gauteng Provincial Government, where we did a lot of work around safety in schools. And I think that's where the linkage comes in. I am going to do a presentation on what I call harnessing socio-informatics for effective health promotion among the South African youth. It's actually an expansion of work that I'm currently doing with the University of Cape Town, where we are looking at socio-informatics on the role of social media networks to facilitate gender-based violence and femicide advocacy in South Africa. And it really responds to the National Strategic Plan on GBVF, Pillar 6 of that, which then speaks to information management systems. So that's it, just about myself. This is my presentation outline. I am going to discuss a little bit about what socio-informatics is. Secondly, we'll then talk about digital media technology in health, or in assisting in health promotion. Then challenges and opportunities for health promotion. And lastly, what I'm really excited about, the role of knowledge management in health education. You may ask, what really is socio-informatics? And I've thrown in a couple of concepts that I really love from different researchers who are actually the founders of what socio-informatics is. So in the realm of socio-informatics or social informatics, we explore the interplay of technology within our cultural and institutional contexts. And you will see that it's actually a Venn diagram that really looks at the interplay between societal actors and how they interact with information through technology itself. And what that really says and what it depicts is that technology is not just a platform, but it actually is an actor in the ecosystem itself. And I have, intentionally borrowed some of those concepts. I think the first one by Kling says, the meaning and role of technology is directly influenced by the context in which it is used. And simply put, that means that technology is always connected to the environment within which it is used, right? So in the very context of public health, how we define and how we actually see the role of technology is how it is actually used in the space. The second one says technology is not impartial. Its use benefits some while disadvantages others. And I think how they actually used is quite vague. They say that how it is used, technology is designed for both losers and winners, right? So just to bring it into context, while we can use technology to promote public health or to promote health, others can actually use it to victimize and to harm others. So basically how we define it and how it is actually used and how it is defined, it's to benefit both perpetrators as well as those that advocate for its use, for its good use. The last one says, the use of technology involves both moral and ethical considerations which have social implications. Now, what is it that I'm actually trying to talk about today? I've got some researchers who really talk about the evolution of what we call affordances when we speak about social informatics, which is a backdrop of a theory called human technology interaction, as well as a distinct perspective of human actors, as well as affordances of that technology. And really what that means is that technology affords us the opportunity to use it for whatever purpose we want to use it for. And I think I am really taking my time and really bringing this to light because when I was doing my study in social informatics for GBVF advocacy, we saw that there is, or we see that government itself has not really leveraged the power and the impact that social media has, and really having that even translate in some of our policies that we have defined, and really the kind of impact and reach that it can actually have in driving the kind of messages that we want to drive across. So that's it in terms of, social informatics. I'm not really going to get into the theories behind that and the complexities behind that. I want to throw in some couple of statistics for us, and I think that will stimulate some thinking. This is a report, Q3 and Q4 of 2023 in terms of social media use globally. And what these statistics say is that we've got just over 5 billion numbers of social media identities online, and that's a global statistics. And that is just about 62% of the overall population. Now, South Africa contributes 26 million numbers of social media users that have been identified, and that's quite a big number. And of course, that's just under, just under 50% in terms of our overall population. But that's actually quite a big number in terms of reach and in terms of people that actually participate in the space. I've got a couple more, statistics here. This is globally, South Africa ranks the highest in terms of daily time spent using the internet. Secondly, globally, this then shows you just a high-level view in terms of the kind of social media platforms that are actually used on the internet, and Facebook ranking the highest. And this, in South Africa, I think WhatsApp ranks the highest, and I think for obvious reasons. Facebook coming in at 88.4%. Now, this is where it really gets interesting. So the study then asked, or the survey asks, why people are actually using social media. If you look at 83.6%, people use that to find information. Secondly, researching on how to do things, staying in touch with family and friends, and I think when you move down, researching health issues and healthcare products. And of course, that's just about 53% of the 26 million people that are on social media platforms. And we can run other statistics, and we say from half of that, 26, which is about 13 million people that are depicted there, then we can say probably others are not younger people. And then we tone it down, we can probably arrive at 8 million young people that are actually on social media that are using it for that purpose. And those are just, assumptions in terms of the numbers. Globally, you will see that online videos as a source of learning. And I think the reason why I'm putting this here is because of the learning aspect of that data. Now, the reason why I really wanted us to talk about those stats is because I wanted us to look at the current landscape in terms of using technology to drive both advocacy, to drive social impact, and to drive also the awareness in terms of public health, right? Current landscape in terms of technology, we're looking at social media, the social media that you know. We're looking at mobile applications, and I'll talk a little bit about what that is. We're looking at online communities, as well as learning platforms. The question is, how then do we use social media to promote public health or to promote health, right? I wanted to ask a question. How many of us are on their smartphones? How many of us use smartphones? I think it's the entire room. How many of us have smartwatches? How many? Okay. We've got smartwatches. How many of you use your smartwatches for health purposes or your smartphones? it's almost a quarter of the room. Like for gym, fitness purposes, counting the number of steps you've walked and whatnot. And I think what technology is actually telling us, and really what this perspective is telling us, is that we indirectly are using the technology to sort of, one, promote health, right? And I'm not talking about, because every time we talk about social informatics, people really think social media networks, and we're not really talking about social media networks only, but we talk about the different technologies that we can leverage for whatever purpose in this in the health fraternity. And then when we speak about online communities, in my world of work, we call these communities of practice, right? This is where people with shared interest come together to learn and to share knowledge that affects them or that affects the group, right? And there's a number of platforms. I mean, X, in terms of social media platforms, while they were still Twitter, were the first ones to introduce, I think, what did they introduce this before Microsoft Teams and COVID and all of that? I think Twitter Spaces. How many of you remember Twitter Spaces? Where people would just come in and they would begin to talk about issues that affect them. And it's an open room. Anyone can just come in. And we saw a rise of advocacy that would happen within that space. And we're calling that online communities. Of course, some of them would be very tech savvy. Some of them are audiovisual in nature. And then we've got learning platforms. And I think there's a number of organizations that have really done so much work in terms of bringing in learning platforms such as your case studies, lessons learned, etc. Opportunities for health in terms of the use of technology. I think we're just having a quick conversation. This is just stats on Mpox, right? This research that was done on Mpox cases in South Africa, and you can see that there's actually a rise coming into August 18, 2024. But I stumbled across a piece of research article that said dissemination of relevant information, tackling stigma, and generating or advancing advocacy and collaboration. And this is an article that was looking at how do you leverage social media as a public health tool during the UK Mpox outbreak, right? And it was such an amazing piece of literature that I read that really then supports the use of technology, social media platforms to impact even other studies, right? To leverage data showing the effectiveness of digital interventions on health outcomes. The second one is, I was just talking with my other colleagues outside, and I was just saying that you would be so amazed how a hashtag, just one hashtag, can have so much impact and so much reach, even beyond just a smaller community like this one. Then it allows and enables what we call personalization. So when you probably open your identity on X or on Twitter, it will ask you, what are the things that you mostly like to look at, and then you can put there sports and whatnot. And so you are able to tailor your content based on individual preferences as well as behavior. And lastly, developing apps with interactive features that obviously appeal to the youth. I'm going to run swiftly here, challenges and threats, right? And you'll see the first one is we need to consider digital divide. And I think we've spoken a lot about digital divide and what that means. And I've borrowed a social media term. I hope I don't get a beating on Ramaphosa's economic divide. And really what that means, and I'm borrowing the term because of social media, but actually the actual phrase there is economic divide. So while there is a rise in terms of social media usage, we still need to understand that there is an economic divide in terms of who can afford data, who has smartphones and who does not. And so we really, as then this cohort, need to understand how do we then tackle and how do we then even cater for those that are not in this community. There's issues around misinformation, ethical concerns, as well as cyberbullying. And in closing, this is the slide that I really love so much because this speaks to my work. Knowledge management, how do we leverage knowledge management in health promotion? Firstly, we can leverage social media, knowledge management by making sure we've got cutting edge content management and content management systems that curate accurate public health or health information. Secondly, we can utilize the technology to even bring about different cohorts that are able to share knowledge, that are able to share and disseminate knowledge through various digital platforms. Thirdly, we can stimulate what we call collaboration between different stakeholders, health professionals, educators, technologists, as well as policymakers to develop integrated health promotion strategies. We can, utilize to even share detailed case studies of both successful as well as unsuccessful digital health campaigns. That's lessons learned and case studies. And lastly, knowledge visualization. I think that tells a beautiful story in terms of reach, in terms of impact. How do we visualize this data? How do we see the gaps in terms of the impact that it's making in driving public health? So effectively communicating health information, driving engagement, and influencing positive behavioral changes. That's it in terms of my story. The name is Wisdom Dashe, and there are my details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wisdom. You are very wise. I think that I do follow your name. There are a few take-homes for me as we prepare for the next speaker, which I've taken from this session. And the biggest one was the socio-economic divide, and also just speaking to social media divide. And it was very significant because I thought about work which I was trying to do as Director of School Health around 2019, that I found that although in certain areas of Eastern Cape, like your East London and the urban areas, there's high social media usage. But when you go to the eastern part of our province, many learners either don't have a cell phone or don't have a smartphone, don't have access to WhatsApp. So at times, some of the things which we say, we assume everybody now has the level of technology that must be there. Let us clap for Wisdom again. We're moving on to the next session, and the next speaker is Ms. Phakamile Khumalo. She's going to speak to us about digital and media literacy initiatives to facilitate care and support for teaching and learning, psychosocial support, well-being perspective. Is she in the house? Okay. She is a public and media skills development manager with Media Monitoring Africa. Can we clap for her? She comes to the stage.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Phakamile Khumalo. I am from Media Monitoring Africa. Before I start with the presentation, I just want to share my heartfelt gratitude for this event. As a mother to a 9-year-old, I think it's important for more mothers and more parents to see this side of the hard work that DBE is doing to ensure that children are, if not minimizing the risks that they face, or the actual removal of the risks or the harms that they face, so that they can, when they're in class, focus on education. We were having the colleague outside at lunch to say that DBE's core business is learning, teaching and learning. And so some of these challenges that we're talking about today have prevented a lot of teaching and learning in the classroom, and that's why DBE has taken it upon itself to kind of tackle these issues. And so huge congratulations to DBE and colleagues in the room that are actively trying to find or seek solutions to these real problems that our young people and children face in the classroom. Okay, thank you. My presentation is going to be very quick. I know after lunch things tend to get a bit, attention span is not so great, so I'll be very, very quick. Like I said, my name is Paramila Kumalo. I'm from Media Monitoring Africa. Today, my presentation is around digital and media literacy initiatives that help facilitate care and support for teaching and learning, particularly focused on psychosocial well-being of the learner, with technology being a thing. Our Wisdom pointed to some really good statistics around the use of internet and technology and social media by young people. So it's really important to start to have those discussions around how do we better equip our young people with the skills so that they can be able to navigate successfully the online space and use it potentially for learning in the classroom. We'll have a note on a case study around digital and media literacy initiatives, and then link it to some of the psychosocial offerings that digital and media literacy skills can give or offer for teaching and learning, or offer to the young person. Briefly about Media Monitoring Africa, we're a human rights non-profit organization based in Johannesburg, Parkhurst, and we seek, our core business is to influence the media to promote ethical, responsible and fair media coverage in support of human rights. That's our core business. Our work with children spans over 20 years. We've been working with children and the media through our Bona Bana program for over 20 years. And the Bona Bana program is twofold. On the one hand, it seeks to improve the portrayal and participation and safety of children in the media, including social media. And on the other hand, it seeks to empower journalists and media houses to report ethically and in the best interest of the child when doing their reporting, whether it's online or traditional media. When it comes to a specific focus on digital and media literacy, we have a program, and I'll speak, on the next slide I'll speak more about it, called the Web Rangers Program. Web Rangers Program is a digital and media literacy program, and you'll note we don't just talk about digital literacy, but digital and media, which is information literacy. Because in the fourth industrial revolution that some people think we're still entering, but we actually are in, there's this really important talk about information and how do we handle information and how do children handle information in the online space. Our definition at Media Monitoring Africa around what is the definition around digital and media literacy. It's the ability to critically and effectively and responsibly access, understand and engage with media of all kinds. So traditional media as well as new media, which is social media. And when we talk about the learner that has digital and media literacy skills, there are 5 attributes when we consider a young person who is a digital and media literate. One is access, which is the ability to use media and technology, to use it to be able to find relevant and accurate information. Information that is relevant and accurate for me as a young person. Second one is to analyze, so it's to apply critical thinking in my ability to be able to understand what the message, when I'm confronted with a piece of information, what that message is saying to me, what is it saying to me, who's it targeted at, and be able to understand, to critically analyze and understand the credibility of that information and the potential consequences that it has on the behaviors and actions of the people that it's intended for. So that is it's quite a lot, right? Because it doesn't just speak to understanding the information, but understanding who the audience is for, but also to understand the consequences of that intended message. So when you see a post on social media, who is it for? But what is the post saying to me, and what are the potential consequences of this message to its intended audience, but also to the people that are seeing it? The other one is to create. So how am I using creativity and communication techniques to be able to create content online, and with a clear intended purpose. And I think if we have any English teachers here, they'll tell you about articulation and writing for meaning. So is your post actually, or is your writing or communication, a piece of information, able to, or is it carrying out the message that you intended to carry it out? And then the fourth one is around reflecting. So understanding that information and technology has an impact on behavior, on society's behavior and thoughts, and also understanding that there's the ethical use of communication techniques and communication platforms, so that you are working within the rights-based approach or the human rights-based approach. The last one is to act. So to work with others, to use the information, to critically analyze it, and then to use the information to work to solve problems with others, and to be part of decision-making processes, and to also, lastly, to be able to partake in democratic processes and human rights processes. So when we look at digital and media literacy in the context of teaching and learning, it enables children to fully enjoy their rights to freedom of expression and access to information, as outlined in Section 16 and 36 of the Bill of Rights. But also, in the other hand, so on one hand, it allows them to be able to enjoy their rights to freedom of expression and access to information, but on the other hand, it's what we call information overload, right? And we all are experiencing that with social media and the internet in general. It's the new forms of social interaction and self-expression that children are not necessarily used to or accustomed to. And so it has potential for both the positive and the negative experiences online. And so it's so important for digital and media literacy to be in the classroom or to be part of children's lived experiences, so that there's a preparedness that they have when they have to engage with online platforms, when they have to engage with technology, when they have to engage with information online. I'll quickly go through the slide because the facilitator is telling me I have 10 minutes. The case of Web Rangers. So Web Rangers is a digital and media literacy program that is conducted or carried out by Media Monitoring Africa together with a few partners. It's an international digital and media literacy initiative. It empowers children with critical thinking skills, so they engage with information critically. It promotes active digital citizenship, and I think a lot of us have heard this concept of becoming an active digital citizen in the online world. And the really important thing is around shifting of behavior. So shifting the mindset and the behavior of the young person as they start to engage with technology and information online. It actively promotes technical skills that combat online harms, and then promotes a platform for children to advocate for their digital rights and champion their rights. I won't go into impact. I want to spend a little bit more time here. So the link between we could say Web Rangers or / digital or other digital and media literacy initiatives that are offered to children, and what potential benefit it has for their psychosocial well-being, is that when we offer basic computer and internet skills around learning how the internet works, how devices work, and how to navigate the internet successfully, the acquired psychosocial skill set is that you have an enhanced ability to leverage digital tools for personal growth. I think what Wisdom kind of hinted to. A better preparedness for future technological advances. There's so many things that are happening with technology, and we need our children to be able to be prepared for that world. I know right now sometimes we're sitting there and we're like, but we're not technologically advanced in the classroom as yet as we'd like to be as DBE, but we're going to get there. And when we get there, we need to be parallel thinking about how do we get our children to be able to successfully navigate that space. The second one is around the introduction into online safety skills, so knowing how to set privacy, account to privacy, blocking, reporting, digital harms, so not being a bystander. And that's where we talk about becoming an active digital citizen, around shifting of behavior, shifting of norms, and understanding what the online etiquette is about when you're trying to engage or use social media to advance opportunities. And the acquired skill level is that you become you have an improved resilience in facing online challenges or harms. We need our young people to also start to build their resilience. Today you posted a nude and it went viral, but you can't now say, I can't use the internet anymore. We are all using the internet. You cannot be excluded from using the internet. So you need to be able to build resilience in understanding that, yes, I've made a mistake, and how do I recreate my digital footprint so that whatever I did yesterday doesn't affect how I engage with the internet going forward? How do I engage with social media and information online going forward? The third one is around online communication skills, so digital footprint, social media as a tool to advocate for change. I think Wisdom also touched on that. Assessing support networks and health-related content as well. So how do you start to see the internet as a tool? Just like a pen in your hand in the classroom, the internet can be a tool, but it can be a tool that can be used both to promote your human rights or your rights as a child, but it can also promote digital harms and advance digital harms in the online space. And the acquired skill set there is that it promotes the concept of becoming an active digital citizen, again, improves holistic self-awareness, maintaining an online and offline balance, as well as a healthy digital habits, so improving your digital habits as a young person. The last one is around information literacy skills, very important, and I think also, again, Wisdom touched on it. Knowing how to verify online content, analyzing bias versus credible and reliable information online, understanding the power of information to shape views and influence discussions. This is going to be very, very important, especially in the education sector, when we are introduced to AI. Both teachers and learners are now using AI, but children don't necessarily know how to use AI. And we've seen that, right? Even with university students, where people have been expelled because they copy and paste. It's so easy, ChatGPT, you just assignment, copy and paste, and you're not understanding how the power of AI to be able to support your learning, right? And so it's really understanding and having those information literacy skills. And the acquired skill set there is that it enhances critical thinking, decision-making skills, and limits anxiety and anger and fear when confronted with information. This is particularly around mis and disinformation. The reason why mis and disinformation is a thing, and it fuels kind of all these digital harms, is because people, when they are confronted with information that makes them angry, that makes them anxious, that they don't know how to deal with, they don't know how to apply critical thinking to that piece of content. And then the other thing is then to say, let's go close all the spaza shops because our Pakistani friends are selling sweets to our children because you saw a post on your neighbor group, right? And you don't know how to critically evaluate that. A sweet, let's just think about it for a minute. A sweet and a child dying. We need to seek relevant authorities that can tell us what is the postmortem. You know, there's so many information that you need to gather before you can make a decision about how do we act with this incident that has happened. And critical thinking skills are going to help you do that. And then also, another thing is that when a child is presented with contrasting views that are not aligned to their own beliefs and values, how do they engage with that kind of content? And digital and media literacy skills, particularly around algorithms and echo chambers, will help them understand that when you are online, you can pick and choose the kind of information that you can access, but it also has an impact on your thinking. Right? It can either broaden your thinking or you can narrow your thinking. And so those are really the skill set that digital and media literacy has to offer in terms of psychosocial well-being of the learner. I'll close off with a nice quote from Dumelo, our 2017 Web Range Ambassador. He says, open quote, "The Web Range is unique because the education system does not teach this, or parents at home. There are reported suicides, molestation, human trafficking that happens through social media, and it happens at a high rate because children are not responsible. And that's where the Web Ranges fit, to educate and shape our view on social media. I do not rely a lot of messages from strangers. I avoid negative comments on my posts because I know people are angry with themselves, and they try to make everyone angry as well, so they can feel better. Unfortunately for them, I'm a Web Ranger, and this has made me a hard nut to crack. I do not succumb to social media world of being reckless," close quote. And I think that, I mean, this was in 2017. There's a lot of work that DBE has done to introduce digital and media literacy skills into the classroom. I think right now in the Northwest, there's a piloting of some curricula around digital and media literacy in the classroom. So there's a lot of work that DBE has done, but I think, and I think the symposium has shown us levels where we can collaborate to better enhance the experiences of children in the classroom and to help them to kind of jump through the many hoops and hurdles that life presents at them, and one of which is the digital platform, which we cannot run away from. And when I speak to a lot of parents, it's always, the easy way out is just to cut internet, to cut all these platforms that children engage with, and that's not the solution. We want our young people to be leading in the digital space, and digital literacy will contribute to that. Thank you so much.
My take home from Ms. Pagamile Kumalo's presentation, and I think which is going to be very important for us, is how do we handle info, this sort of lot of info we're exposed to because of media, digital media specifically, and how do children analyze it. And I also took home the Web Ranger. It's a very new term for me. Can we clap for her again? Can we now call on Dr. Aaron Nkosi to come and present on online and digital technology for teacher training programs, the emerging evidence for addressing learning poverty. And Dr. Nkosi is a director for curriculum and teacher development and research. He's with the Department of Basic Education. Can we clap for him as he comes on?
Colleagues, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting us here today. I know that thank you very much. I know that the organizers gave me a very difficult topic to talk to. But I will try to share with you some of our experiences in terms of the work that we do. The work that we do is based on the experiences of what we see on the ground as we traverse the country. And based on that, then we come up with programs. And the programs that we come up with are varied. And I will also share with you the weapons that we use to get the teachers in rural areas, right in Jerere, right in Shingwedzi, right in Kofimvaba, right in Mkhanyakude district in Manguzi, because these are areas where we need to touch base. Now, just to give you an introduction, the Department of Basic Education and the PEDs have historically promoted learning and teaching through integration of ICTs. At the level of policy and strategy, the DBE and PEDs and their partners have committed to improving proficiencies to teach and learn better. And this is guided by the policies that we have, the white paper on e-education, your integrated strategic planning framework, and other policies. Now, not long we visited one of the provinces, and we're doing what we call the diagnostic assessments for teachers. We invited a teacher to come and take an assessment. Well, a few hours later, she completed the assessment, and I went to her to say to her, "Well done, you have completed." She started crying. And she said, "It's my first time to touch a laptop and to work on a laptop." She started crying. It's one of the reasons that made us think that we need to do a number of things. We then, following that, we conducted 2 studies. The rationale of this study, nature, is informed by the need expressed in the DBE Action Plan 2025 and the EU Education White Paper of 2004 for teachers to harness the potential of digital technology optimally for quality teaching in order to improve learning outcomes and learner performance. However, in order to encourage teachers to adopt technologies for quality teaching and learning, it becomes important to understand the conditions that affect the behavior of teachers and their belief systems with reference to using ICTs. That's what Wiseman was saying. To collect information on the perceptions, experiences, and attitudes of teachers in ordinary public schools with respect to their experiences of professional development. Now, this is basically the conceptual framework which we use to conduct the work. Whether teachers understand they do have technological knowledge. When we say to a teacher, you teach through TV, you teach through radio, you teach through phone, you teach through your laptop, why do you need a data projector in a class? These are things that we want teachers to understand. The content knowledge, the pedagogical content knowledge. When using technology, are you able to part the knowledge? And how do you part the knowledge? We even design a program for that, just for teachers to be able to be assisted. And this is basically the summary of the conceptual framework. This is part of the research questions that we also shared with the teachers. And these are the findings, some of the findings. Whether in the schools we do have infrastructure or not. Nearly all teachers at school they have electricity, 94%, a photocopier and a printer. And more schools have computer labs, 49%, than libraries or internet access. And less than 25% of teachers in the Eastern Cape and Limpopo have school libraries. Less than 35% in Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Northwest, and have internet access and computer labs. The quintiles 1 to 3 schools tend to have less infrastructure in the report. And what access do learners have to school computers or tablets? Sometimes it's consoling after reading the report that was published by the OECD this year. Countries like your Argentina, countries like your Bulgaria, where learners spending more than 3 hours on gadgets, on devices, the performance, the learning output in mathematics and science has gone down. In countries like Japan, Chile, where learners spend at least an hour or less on devices, the maths performance is still high. So the best way is to have the gadgets on the hands of teachers. How do teachers use technology to engage with learners? What prevents teachers from using technology? And most of them is about connectivity as well as the infrastructure, which is a problem. What technology training do teachers want? They are indicating the forms of training that they need on the space of technology. The teachers' views. When teachers were asked whether they consider digital to be important for learning and teaching, and all of them were unanimously in favor of using digital technologies. They are not scared of using the technologies. And this is very, very critical. And more young teachers use different types of technologies in the class. And they are excelling in that space. And however, the findings suggest that existing resources provided and supported by the DBE are underutilized, and that teachers are not aware of some of the resources, especially the older generation, our generation. The more teachers said that they were reasonably confident in technologies because they understand that the technology is not only about a computer. And again, despite self-reporting, these findings challenge the assumption of researchers and the literature about levels of confidence with technologies. We really, really challenge. And these are some of the programs that we are running as a department. Virtual and digital learning, the Mahatma Gandhi Institute that provides social and emotional educator and digital educator. Another 22 micro-learning programs on the DBE CPDD online platform that we have created. Over 28,000 teachers, they study remotely on the platform and they complete programs on an annual basis. Managing and leading education with digital technologies through the University of Johannesburg, where a number of teachers are participating. Now, if you look at the participation rate, the role that is played by our TUC partners, the teacher union collaboration, and also the work that we do with the SchoolNet is very much positive. We are training just over 47,000 teachers on an annual basis. This is work that we do to make sure that teachers are caught where they work. Now, the caution. This comes from the OECD report. The relevant research has proven that technology could change education negatively through 4 paths: deteriorating learners' competencies of reading and writing, dehumanizing educational environment, distorting social interaction between teachers and learners, and isolating individuals when using technology, especially if that technology is sitting in the hands of learners. Just to give you a simple example, not long Vodacom was connecting a school in Mamelodi. When they tracked the participation in terms of the utilization, they found that around 9 o'clock, all learners are sitting on TikTok. The recommendations. Teacher voice and agents is very critical. There's nothing you can do without the involvement of a teacher. The teacher's voice is critical. Looking at the conditions where the teachers are is also critical. The technology training, train teachers so that they become more vested in terms of the utilization and they navigate the space. The equity is also very critical because this is the most important aspect. An equity strategy for professional development will improve teachers' professional knowledge, skills, and dispositions, and thereby strengthen learning in disadvantaged schools. And DBE must advocate for the use of the online platform, which intends to improve access to micro-learning programs. This has been a change for a number of years, since 1989, where we saw the changes up until to 2023, where we saw an artificial disruption, artificial intelligence disruption. And we are in trouble, but we need to cope. Technology, when integrated effectively by skilled educators, can indeed enhance and transform the learning experience. And great teachers possess the ability to leverage technology as a tool to engage students, personalize learning, and foster critical thinking and creativity. And online and digital technology for teacher training programs is partially contributing to addressing the learning poverty, especially in Kofimvaba and Jerere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. What a powerful presentation, Dr. Nkosi. You were so fast, I was trying to take the notes, but I know what I've gained. You are showing that even though there's so much, we're now in this digital age, but the teacher reigns supreme. So if there's a person who must be at the top of the game when it comes to how we use this fifth industrial revolution to enhance learning of learners, then it must be the teacher who remains the champion. Can we clap for him again? We are now finished with the speakers, but before we move on to the panel of respondents, I feel time is on our side. I would like to take a few questions and comments so that we don't become too loaded by the time the panelists come and take the stage. Questions, comments? I'll just take one round. Do we have a roving mic? Yes. By show of hands. Yes, I see one here. Have we been listening to these powerful presentations? Okay, you may go, ma'am.
It's just a comment and a word of yeah, the presentation was really very powerful. When it comes to technology, especially as old age, it is very intimidating. And when we are having young teachers in school, whereby they are using PowerPoint to do the presentation, and really it's very intimidating. But on the other note, what I would say that we should have balance on how to use it in class, because most of the learners, some are very slow in understanding and copying, because want to put the projector, the child is just busy copying. The aim is to copy and finish, while in the course, the child do not understand especially what they are writing. The old age whereby the teacher is writing on the board and explaining, the child feel also being like you are included in their writing. It's like you are writing together. So it is really very good to have technology in class, but we should have also a balance.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Another input. We were sleeping. Okay. Okay, just one last one, and we move.
Thank you so much. This presentation have been quite insightful, and just wanted to start with the wisdom. The wisdom is quite great, and I think pun intended. And I think this is the data that we often struggle with when we are dealing with programming and trying to influence the sector, particularly around teaching and learning. I know for a fact that my son is counted for people who have access, but he will not have access during the day. And those are the considerations that we should make. In your experience, how do we deal with, it's going to be a question that probably if it's for DBE, how do we deal with issues around policy and implementation that are counter? So in some schools, children are not allowed to bring cell phones. We know also of issues around, I think this is for the whole panel, everyone who's presented, we know issues around safety in schools. We've had incidences in some cases where we support a school, we put the whole computer lab, and the following day they've broken through the roof and taken everything. What are the perspectives from especially people who are outside who are not, on the day-to-day implementation of ICT in education, around how do we deal with those issues? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I think it's for everyone. Maybe let's just take you, Muzi, because you are in front. Can you respond? And you also indicated you have been with the sector before.
Look, I want to respond, but I think it's a policy question.
It's a policy issue.
I'd really would like, yeah.
Dr. Ngosi would be in a better position. Okay, can you take the mic quickly to Dr. Ngosi? I think it's a very important question that she's raising. We're all learning something from these presentations.
Thank you very much. At the moment in South Africa, we don't have a specific policy that addresses the issue of the utilization of cell phones, for example, in schools. It is left to SGBs that are determining that at the moment, and also the SMTs of schools. But, and I know that this problem is not only in South Africa, even the developed countries, they are battling with the issue of how do they address the issue of policies. Hence, they then engage the telcos, the sites, the management, the managers of the sites to put firewalls on some of the sites. But at the moment, we don't have a specific. I know that in the revision of the white paper on e-education, there will be that aspect that will be discussed in terms of doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Can we clap for all the presenters as we move now to the panel of respondents? Moving on with our program, we're now moving to the panel of respondents who will enrich, of course, all the presentations. We have replaced Mr. Muzindlov with Ms. Kuluwe. She's the Director, School Health, School Safety, Social Cohesion, School Enrichment, Scholar Transport, Hostels, Libraries, and Career Development. Can you take the stage, ma'am? We are also going to have Ms. Nozipho Sihlahla. Ms. Nozipho Sihlahla is Chief Director, Information, Society and Development Coordination, Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. Ms. Nozipho, is she in the house? Okay. Our third panel of respondents will be Prof. Fumani Portia Canary, Associate Professor, Educational University of the Western Cape. Is Prof present? Yes, Prof is here. Thank you very much. Let's clap for her as she comes. Okay. The mic mustn't leave us this time. I wish the presenters had said something about microphones. They always leave you at the most inappropriate time. Now, what you are going to do is the panelists will first introduce themselves a bit and make a few comments, and then we will go on to the question and answer session. Let's start with Ms. Kuluwe. You introduce yourself and the work that you do, and you just articulate for us on the work that has the presentations and where you are in terms of your work area and where you see us going. Then we'll hand over to Prof.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Director. Let me greet everyone. And I also want to appreciate the presentations that were made here. The presentations that are eye-opening, because when we talk about digital literacy, we take it as something that is very light. But when we go down to the schools, that's where we see its importance and the consequences of it if it is used irresponsibly. That's where we see its importance. My work is directly involved with learners. I've been working with learners from school, doing almost the same job. One of my tasks was to do career guidance, and in the career guidance, there was that psychosocial support area where I used to manage the social ills, which were not this much then. And then as I moved up the ladder, I happened to be working with the learners from curriculum section up to the education social support services where I am now. I'm therefore working with various stakeholders, and I'm happy when we are all here because as education, we will never do this alone. The revelation that is coming up here from the various presenters, it shows that really, as the department, we cannot do this alone. We are talking about the fourth industrial revolution. We are talking about e-learning. All these things, they were covered in the presentations that were made here. And us as implementers at school level, we must find the balance, as everybody was saying here, the disadvantages and the advantages of using these platforms. Because as we're promoting this on the other side, there are negative things. I will just quote a few examples of cyberbullying, which also results into suicide, which is something that cannot be controlled. So learners are very much exposed to social media, and we therefore need to be where they are, not to be far away from them. Hence, I really appreciate the presentation that was made by the last speaker, where they said even the teachers must be on top of the game so that they manage the situation. And we nurture and groom our learners in a correct and a right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and the chair for today's session. Mine is not as long as yours. I'm very short. My name is Fumane Khanare. Yes, I'm the associate professor in the Department of Educational Psychology from the University of the Western Cape. So I am a teacher trainer, and my research spans around care and support of vulnerable learners, particularly in the rural context, and I use participatory visual methodologies, which includes specifically the photo voice, digital storytelling, and just to give a context of probably why I'm sitting here. It's advocating for young people's voices through technologies, including the participatory visual methodologies. I think I'll just briefly end here.
It's that time for us to engage with them. We've been listening, but we also have a lot of knowledge, expertise, and experiences from our different workspaces and sectors. So this is the theta session. Can we talk?
Just my reflection on the speakers before we engage. I think it will help in that way. I don't. All right. Okay. So for me, I know you're worried to say, are we listening? It's because all the presenters were amazing. And we were learning a lot. We were taking. Am I good now? We were taking notes because every time we talk about the issues of technology, we are all lifelong learners. So we are not disengaged, but we were engaged. And from my side, basically, starting with Butlali, wisdom, what stood out for me was the conceptualization, understanding of technologies, what you refer to as social informatics, because without a common understanding of what are the technologies, we might not crack the nut. And what I liked mostly was the intersecting voices, to say we need community. We need to understand what is technology. And within that context, we have society. And within the society, there are power dynamics. Because sometimes maybe we don't even embrace it because of our cultural backgrounds, to say it won't work. So for me, really, that was very, very profound. We need to start from what people understand technology to be, or any issue that you want to bring into the education field. And the other thing that, again, stood out for me was the issue of opportunities. To say, it's here, it's with us. There are opportunities, and you had the stats, evidence-based stats, which was very interesting because sometimes we hate numbers, but numbers do tell a story. And it gives us evidence-based realities that we can talk to. And I think those were very profound. And Umama Pagamili was Pagamisam Dadawethu. So in your case again, the digital literacy media initiative, to say there are agents of change. So you are one of the agents of change. There's something happening, you know, and partnering, because I remember in the beginning, the issue of partnerships, which is one of the SDG. We need to partner with you. You need to partner with schools also. You need to partner with university. So for me, it was like, okay, I got a partner. And the call is for me, agency. Dr. Nkosi said agency. We need to be agents of change. As teachers, we know. The question is what we do. So what I took from you again was you are doing a lot, and it requires agency. Technology is for us. Health promotion is for us. So we need those who can have, because agency is about the have and the have-nots. So those who can should reach out and partner with other people. So it requires agency both within the education sector, society, like my brother said. We need agency even within our vulnerable communities. And we need to empower them because, again, it's about the affordance. Yes, it's here. But I'm looking and listening to, again, all the presentations. And I'm asking myself, this morning, Professor Jace Pillay gave us a context. 84% of our learners and our communities are living in poverty. So there is no way that we can talk about care and support without addressing the issue of poverty. Is it really for us, technology, if we don't address the issue of poverty? Who have access to all these gadgets? In the context of South Africa alone. While 84% are living in what? In poverty. So is it about the have? What about the have-nots? Are we not perpetuating the gap, which we know that South Africa is still one of the countries with economic gap? The poor becoming the poorest, the rich becoming the richer. So to what extent is this technology addressing the issues of poverty so that we can all talk about democratizing care and support, you know? Because I like what you said, again, my sister, to say technology, it has an opportunity to help us to talk about the issues which are difficult in my rural context. To say I am a lesbian, I am gay, it's difficult because of the societal norms. But we are saying technology can provide an enabling space where I can be able to talk to my peers, maybe, under ethics of care again, you know. So we need to start rethinking care and support and where technology is a catalyst for health promotion, especially for the poor of the poorest, where you know very well that they don't even know what is technology. And again, just to give a context, I taught first year module in my previous university. I didn't like it because there are many. I'm not coping as a teacher. And I love it now because it gave me an opportunity. I went to the orientation. I asked my first year student, how many of you know technology? Half of them, they have never seen the computer. But what do we do when we get to higher education? The first assignment, submit online. We have master students. Those who were born, they call themselves BBT. Lucky enough, I love technology. Born before technologies. They are struggling, if we say submit, because they are sitting with 18, 19. The anxiety when you ask the BBT to submit online. Some of them, they write email on the subject line. How do we provide care and support for the BBTs in our school context? My dear, I want to stop right here. I got 100 points on this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, keep the mic. Let's get the conversation going. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said. I see a hand here. Where are my assistants for the roving mic? Can I see another hand that side? This is our opportunity to talk. Honestly, what I was saying earlier is the experience which I had, that when we talk about access to even just to social media, we assume when we say young people that every young person has that access. Then you go to parts of Eastern Cape like Ntabangulu, where there's no network. Gadget is something else. There is no network. There is no electricity. Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Ntabangulu, in the Eastern Cape, which is not the only place that doesn't have network. But, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to look at a slightly different perspective as well, and maybe learn from international experience. We very often hear about trips, educational trips taking place overseas, and what do we bring back? Take India, for example. More than 40% of schools have no toilets, no ablutions. They have no electricity. And many villages are like that. However, in that very context, they have still created the largest number of children that are tech savvy. How? Because of community involvement, community centers that are powered up, community centers that have the technologies to learn, and people have learned. Now the question is, do you wait to get a toilet before you learn how to use a computer? Now it sounds crass, it sounds like one doesn't care, and I know it sometimes riles people. But ladies and gentlemen, there are some things that are going to take forever. We can't press pause. The world moves on. And we remain the buyers of technology instead of the creators of technology if we wait. Now, to make the point finally and to ask the question, I want to see how this is resonating in your average school, in your average community. We're talking about policy, and heaven forbid that we would try and create a policy nationally for things like cell phones. I hope we were just throwing things around wildly. But because those are things that the schools must do. However, we've spoken a lot, we've said a lot there are a lot of nice words and a lot of nice intentions. But who is experiencing this at this moment? How is CSTL living itself out in our schools? That is what I want to hear. Because I'm battling to see some of these things. I don't disagree with a thing any of the speakers have said. In fact, I applaud a lot of it, but I'm not yet seeing the tangible change that I think we are all talking about. Thank you.
Let us hear her. Do the panelists want to respond before we move on to another? He has said a lot. He has asked critical questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That question is very important because it's driving us to the school, not away from where the things are happening. As the Department of Education, we know that everything that revolves around the learner is happening at the school. The approach that we have taken as other provinces to make sure that at least we address the issue of CSTL is through collaboration. If we look at the 9 pillars or the 10 pillars of CSTL, the collaboration is already there. If you talk about infrastructure, municipality should also be involved. So when we do school health programs, health promotion and all those programs that relate to CSTL in the schools, we go there as stakeholders, various departments. I think that is the best approach that we can take. It's collaboration, strengthen collaboration within the departments and also amongst the NGOs and the other strategic partners that are working with us. In few years, maybe we will see the impact if we are not doing these things in isolation. That is the input that I can make based on the experience of what we have started doing so far. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a tough one, a critical one. And I just want to support my colleague here to say the issue of collaboration has been, again, a talk show. I think my colleague there says we have done the talk shows. We need action. Probably CSTL is going to help us to harness all the best practices in the SADC. I think there are best practices like we've seen already. So we need CSTL if I were to mandate. I don't have the powers, but what I'm getting is this silo mentality, which are structurally influenced, politically influenced, because it's about also the structures. Department of Higher Education, this is what I'm going to do. Department of Education, Social Development. So we need to find a way as CSTL to say, how do we harness and bring together all the best practices and really do the action and share the best practices, not only the talk show. What works? How did it work? And then we move with action. That would be just my take to say we should be done with the talk show. We need action.
Thank you. Can we clap for that? As I go back, I'm still hoping for one last hand. Okay. I see 2, actually. It was a good thing I came back to the stage. Produce magic.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So I've been in the system for a long time. And I think, when I sit here and I listen to the discussion, I don't have any criticisms. I think it's a very useful discussion. But I think we need to point out what the problem is. The problem is that we have a dominant narrative in education that's a false narrative. It's a middle-class narrative imposed on 60% of the population that's working class. And the mainstream system, if the mainstream system of education can't compensate for the social and cultural capital of learners, we have a problem. So what we're doing is we are tinkering around with a system that doesn't work for the majority of South African children. And if you look at the major theorists in the field of education, if you look at Bernstein, if you look at Bordeaux, if you look at what Bowles and Ginter said in 1976, that schools reproduce the status quo. and that we have a Model C system of education. So I just wanted to add that because, the children that sit on the margins, they're being pushed further away from the mainstream. And we are working on the wrong assumptions in education. So I've studied the system for about 15 years because I grew up working class. And I tried to understand why so many working class children fail. And these are the conclusions I've come up with. It's about time we call a spade a spade. Thank you.
We had another hand. Yes.
Thank you. I want to just maybe also, I think he touched a little bit on what I wanted to possibly use the space to think about. I think when we speak about access to technology, we're always thinking of network devices, but not the language in technology. I think, as I'll speak as a Black female, first of all, unpacking English, then unpacking technological language. I think I think we need to rethink about, as a country, how we use technological language that reflects our context, reflects our languages for better understanding and better access. I think if you look at the power of things like TikTok, people are beginning to see themselves in these technological spaces, in their languages, in their forms of expression. I think if we can try and demystify technological use and bring it back to context and language so people can access it and proper access beyond physical access. Yep.
Thank you. That was rich. Any other? Yes. Okay, any other input? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Does my panel want to have just a last bite before we close this session?
Thank you very much. I also wanted to add on the issue of the cell phone policy, which was also something that was challenging, especially when learners gained more access on cell phones. It's true that really we don't have the policy, but the school governing bodies in various schools, they develop their own policies. Others, they say cell phones are not allowed. Others will say there's a designated area which is only for cell phones during a certain time, whether it's during break or after school. Others, they only allow learners to use cell phones during school hours or in the classroom, monitored by the teacher when the child or the class is trying to access information on a certain topic. So this differs from one school to another. But it is something that really needs attention, but for now, it's something that you are not sure. We cannot say they are not allowed totally in schools because there is this research part. There's also this negative part where learners misuse cell phones, which comes back to the presentation that was made by the last speaker, that teachers must always be on top of things so that whatever is approved by the SGB, it's managed and monitored by the educator in that particular classroom. Thank you very much, ma'am.
going to be exposed right in front of this commission. My last takes, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, would be that platforms such as this one have to be appreciated, such as this symposium, because they give us that platform which we need to bring our heads together and to debate, to analyze, to synthesize, to criticize, to give suggestions and inputs so that we improve. I do not believe that we today were where we were maybe in 2012 or even earlier. We have pushed some frontiers, and when Dr. Nkosi was speaking about educators and where they are, what came to my mind was a project which was introduced in our province by the late Themba Kochana, our HOD then, where he just went out on a project to buy laptops for all educators in the province. And people were like, they're going to get lost. How will they use them? This thing is not gonna work. But looking at that ambitious project which he initiated and where we are as a province, I believe that he managed to push the frontiers in a big way just by taking that courageous move. So we're not where we want to be. There are many risks involved in digital technology. We also know that. We want our learners and our young people to be exposed to as much of this technology as possible and use it, because things are changing. You know, in this space, there's now artificial intelligence. Something comes in every day. However, platforms such as this one, panelists with expertise, speakers, people who ask questions, and so on, were all growing this space such that maybe 5-10 years after, we'll be speaking a different language. I'm making these remarks to thank you, to say thank you for having been part of this session, and also for participating. You know, participating does not always mean that you pick up your hand, put up your hand and ask a question. Those nods, they help us when we are in front. So I know that we had a very involved group. Thank you very much. We've now come to the end of our session. And although I was asked, you know, I don't usually play when I'm given authority. I'm now taking over the conference. Let us be early for tomorrow's session. It's starting at 9 o'clock. Okay, I'm also a teacher, so I'll also say sort of teaches things. Let us be seated at least by 8:45. Thank you very much. Don't I get a clap? The session has come to an end. Thank you.